Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the halls of Moria, where ancient pillars rose like petrified giants into the darkness above, the steady rhythm of pickaxes against stone echoed through corridors that had known the footsteps of countless generations. Here, in the greatest kingdom of the Dwarven realms, an hammer of mithril stood motionless before a wall of black stone, her torch casting dancing shadows upon symbols that should not have been there. The runes were older than any she had seen in her century of service as master of ancient scripts. They were not the elegant anjurthis of her people, nor the flowing tangwar of the elves. These were crude, deep gouges in the rock that seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly light in the darkness. By Durin's beard, she whispered, her calloused fingers tracing the ancient markings. What manner of warning is this? The translation came slowly, each word heavy with foreboding. Beneath the roots of stone and earth, the worm of morning slumbers. Let the children of all heed where mithril gleams brightest. Shadow lies deepest. Above her, the vast network of mines and halls that comprised Moria continued its endless industry. The greatest kingdom of the dwarves was at the height of its power, its forges burning day and night, its treasuries overflowing with mithril, the true silver that had made their realm the envy of all Middle-earth. None of them knew what Anin had just discovered, hidden in this forgotten corner of their realm. The warning might have remained just that a curious relic of ages past, had the deep delvers not broken through into a new cavern that very same day. The news spread through Moria like wildfire. They had found a mithril vein larger than any living memory, a gleaming seam that disappeared into the darkness below. Anin's warnings came too late. By the time she reached the new excavation, dozens of miners were already at work, their picks striking eagerly at the glittering walls. The air grew strangely warm as they delved deeper, but none paid it any mind until the day they found the scales. They were black as night, yet shimmered with an iridescent quality that made them appear almost alive. One of the miners, young Barin, had brought one to Anin's chambers, his face pale with worry. "There are more," he whispered. "Hundreds more. And the heat. It grows stronger with each passing day." It was then that the stranger arrived at the gates of Moria. He came wrapped in gray robes, leaning upon a gnarled staff, his beard nearly as long as any dwarf's. He named himself Farendir, one of the Astari, though not among the most renowned of his order. "I come seeking Anin hammer of mithril," he announced to the gate guards. "The stars speak of darkness stirring beneath the mountain." The council that followed was heated. Anin presented her findings, the ancient warning, the scales, the increasing heat from below. Farendir listened in grave silence before speaking. "What you have found," he said slowly, "is the resting place of one of Morgoth's first children. Before the dragons of wing and flame, he bred the worm serpents of such size and power that they could burrow through the very foundations of mountains. This one has slept since the first age, and your miner's picks now disturb its slumber." The master of mining, Thorin Ironhand, scoffed at the warning. "We cannot abandon the richest mithril vein ever discovered because of some ancient legend. The wealth of 10 kingdoms lies within our grasp." But even as they argued, the first tremors began. Deep below, something stirred. The evacuation of the lower mines was ordered, but for some, greed proved stronger than wisdom. A group of miners led by Thorin himself descended in secret to claim what wealth they could before the mines were sealed. They never returned. Instead, the tremors grew stronger, and a sound like distant thunder began to echo through the halls of Moria. Enin and Farendir knew they had run out of time. There is one way, the wizards said, producing a crystal vial that glowed with an inner light. This contains the captured light of the 2 trees of Valinor preserved by the Eldar. The worms of Morgoth cannot bear its touch, for they were bred in uttermost darkness. The plan they devised was desperate. While the kingdom above prepared for the worst, Enin and Farendir descended into the depths with a small group of volunteers. They carried with them the vial and the ancient scales, which Farendir believed could be used to approach the worm without waking it fully. The heat was almost unbearable as they descended. The walls of the new mine glowed with veins of mithril, but now they seemed more like captive streams of moonlight, fighting against the encroaching darkness. They found it in a cavern vast enough to house all of Moria's great halls. The Worm of Morning was a mountain unto itself, its scales black as the void between stars, its body coiled around pillars of stone that had never known the touch of dwarf-made tools. The air shimmered with heat around its massive form, and even in sleep, its presence pressed against their minds like a physical weight. As they crept forward, Enin clutching the vial of holy light, a single massive eye opened an orb of amber and fire that fixed upon them with ancient malice. What followed was chaos. The worm's movement shook the entire cavern, sending stalactites crashing down like stone rain. Farendir's staff blazed with white fire as he spoke words of power, trying to hold the creature at bay. But it was Enin who, in the end, fulfilled the prophecy hidden in her own name. As the worm reared back to strike, she saw her chance. With all her strength, she hurled the vial of light directly into its open maw. The crystal shattered, and for a moment, the cavern blazed brighter than the sun. The worm's scream shook the foundations of the mountain. Its thrashing brought down entire sections of the cave, but where the light touched its scales, they crumbled to ash. As the creature tried to retreat deeper into the earth, the ceiling of its lair collapsed, trapping it beneath thousands of tons of rock. The survivors emerged to find Moria changed. The lower mines were lost, sealed behind walls of fallen stone. The great mithril vein was forever beyond reach. But their kingdom endured, and a new warning was carved into the walls, this time in proper dwarf runes telling of the price of digging too deep and too greedily. Enin Hammer of Mithril became Enin Worm's bane, though she never again ventured into the deepest mines. Some said that on quiet nights, one could still hear movement far below, the shifting of coils in the darkness. But the Worm of Morning slept once more, and would sleep for ages yet to come until another age of greed and pride would wake an even more terrible shadow in the depths of Moria. For now, though, the kingdom stood proud and strong, its people a little wiser, its scribes a little more attentive to ancient warnings. And in her chambers Enin kept a single black scale, a reminder that some treasures are best left buried, and some depths best left unplumbed. Story 2. The great forges of Moria never slept. Day and night, their fires burned like captured stars in the heart of the mountain, and the rhythmic song of hammers echoed through halls vast enough to house the clouds. Among these forges, none burned brighter than that of Farin Hand of Mithril, whose works were whispered of even in the distant halls of the elven kings. On this day, as golden light from the high window slits cast long shadows across the forge room floor, Farin stood contemplating his latest masterpiece, a ceremonial blade that seemed to capture starlight in its mithril-traced edge. Yet something troubled the master craftsman's mind. For all his skill, for all the ancient knowledge passed down through generations of Durin's folk, there were secrets of craft that eluded even his mastery. The knock at his workshop door was unexpected. Few dared disturb the master craftsman during his working hours. But when the door swung open, Farron found himself facing no ordinary visitor. There stood Celebrimber, greatest of the elven smiths, lord of a region and grandson of Fanner himself. Meg of Annan, Master Farron, the elf lord spoke, his voice carrying the weight of ages. Word of your craft has reached even the forges of Ost and Edhill. In his hands, Celebrimber carried a small chest of dark wood, bound with bands of silver that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. I come bearing both gifts and proposals, he continued, for there are works that can only be achieved when the crafts of our peoples are joined from the chest. He drew forth a material Farron had never seen before, metal that seemed to flow like quicksilver yet held its form, catching the forge light and transforming it into colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. This is Galvern, Celebrimber explained, created by El the Dark Elf in ages past. But I believe that combined with mithril and worked by your hands, it could become something more. In the days that followed, Farron and Celebrimber worked together, combining the ancient arts of both their peoples. The master craftsman's apprentice, young Dia Sharp Eye, watched in wonder as metals were folded and refolded, runes of power inscribed with tools finer than a hair, and spells of making spoken in languages that made the very air shimmer. Their first creation was a circlet that allowed its wearer to understand all tongues. The second, a shield that turned not just steel, but poison and dark magics. Each work seemed more wondrous than the last, and word of their collaboration spread throughout the kingdom. But not all who heard these tales had pure intentions. On the seventh day, another visitor arrived at the gates of Moria. He called himself Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, and his beauty was such that even the most suspicious of the gate guards found themselves nodding in approval at his words. Yet Da, watching from the shadows as this stranger spoke with her master and Celebrimber, saw something that others missed. When Anatar thought no one was looking, his shadow seemed to twist and writhe like a living thing, and his eyes held a hunger that made her blood run cold. That night, unable to sleep, Da crept down to the forge. There, hidden behind a column, she watched as Anatar spoke to her master alone. Think of what could be achieved. The stranger's voice was like honey poured over steel. Your works are remarkable, but with my knowledge, they could be legendary. Weapons that never dull, armor that makes its wearer immortal, rings that grant power over the very elements. Farron's hand moved to touch a half-finished ring on his workbench, one of many projects he and Celebrimber had begun. And what would you ask in return for such knowledge? Merely that you share with me the secrets of working with mithril. Anatar smiled, and perhaps the techniques you have learned from our elvish friend. Before Farron could respond, Dia accidentally knocked over a tool, its clang echoing through the forge. By the time she dared look again, Anatar was gone, but she could have sworn she saw a flash of burning eyes in the darkness. The next morning, she found Celebrimber already in the forge, his face grave as he spoke with her master. He has been to Ost and Edhill as well, the elf lord said. Many of my people are swayed by his words and his gifts, but something about him troubles my heart. Farron nodded slowly, lifting the unfinished ring from his workbench. Last night, I dreamed of our works, Master Celebrimber, but in my dream, they were not tools of creation and understanding. They had become weapons of domination. And behind them all stood a shadow wearing a crown of iron. That was when Da stepped forward, finally voicing her suspicions about Anatar's twisted shadow and burning eyes. As she spoke, Celebrimber's face grew paler, and Farron's grip on his hammer tightened until his knuckles were white. Then we must act quickly, Celebrimber said, for I fear we have entertained an evil greater than we knew. These works we have made, they must be unmade, but it was already too late for some of their creations. Word came that several of their earlier pieces had been borrowed from the treasury, taken by those who had heard tales of their power. And in the deepest night, they could hear machinery moving in the ancient depths of the kingdom, machinery that should have lain dormant for ages. What followed was a desperate race against time. Farron, Celebrimber, and Dia worked without rest, breaking down their creations and smelting them anew into simple tools and ornaments. But for each work they unmade, they found traces of others missing, scattered throughout the kingdom. Finally, only the unfinished ring remained. As they prepared to destroy it, Anatar appeared once more at the forge door, but this time his fair disguise was gone. In its place stood a figure of terrible majesty, wreathed in shadow and flame. "You dare destroy my gifts." The voice of Sauron, Dark Lord of Middle-earth, shook the very foundations of the mountain. But Farron stood his ground, and in his hands he held the very hammer that had shaped Mithril and Galvern together. "They were never your gifts to give," he declared, and with one mighty stroke he brought the hammer down upon the ring. The explosion that followed collapsed part of the forge, but when the dust settled, the ring was destroyed, and Sauron was gone, though his rage would be remembered in that kingdom for generations to come. In the aftermath, Celebrimber returned to Eregion, where he would later forge works of his own works that would change the fate of Middle-earth forever. Farron turned his craft to simpler things, though no less beautiful. And Dia became renowned in her own right, not just as a craftsman, but as a keeper of lore who warned of the dangers of power pursued eagerly. But deep in the ancient machinery halls of Moria, some say the missing artifacts still wait, sleeping until they are needed or until they are discovered by those who, like Sauron, hunger for power at any cost. For in the halls of the Dwarven kings, not all that glitters is gold, and not all gifts are given in friendship. Story 3. In the deepest halls of Moria, where even the oldest maps showed only blank parchment and whispered warnings, the torchlight flickered against walls that held secrets older than the kingdom itself. Here walked Farar Eagle-Eyes, most renowned of the kingdom's explorers, his boots leaving prints in dust that had lain undisturbed since the First Age. The ancient passage before him seemed to breathe, its walls adorned not with the geometric patterns beloved by his people, but with flowing lines that reminded him of tree roots or perhaps flowing water. His torch cast strange shadows that seemed to dance and move of their own accord, and the air carried a sweetness he had never encountered in all his years beneath the mountain. It was the 73rd day of his expedition into the unmapped depths, and something had changed. The darkness ahead seemed different. Not the absolute black of stone and shadow, but a darkness that shifted and moved, as if it were alive. When Farar finally emerged from the passage, the torch in his hand sputtered and died, but he barely noticed. Before him stretched a vast cavern that glowed with its own inner light, not the cold gleam of mithril or the warm flicker of forge fire, but something else entirely. Crystal spires rose from floor to ceiling like the pillars of an ancient forest, each one emanating a soft, purple-tinged radiance that pulsed in slow, hypnotic rhythm. He never returned the same. 3 weeks later, in the upper halls of Moria, Dias Raven Quill sat at her desk in the great library, surrounded by ancient scrolls and worn stone tablets. As the kingdom's youngest master scribe, she had earned her position through an almost supernatural ability to piece together historical puzzles from the smallest fragments of lore. The dwarf who stood before her now barely resembled the Farar she had known, the one who used to regale her with tales of his discoveries over mugs of aged ale. His eyes glowed with an inner fire that matched the strange crystal shard he placed on her desk. "There are cities down there, DS," he whispered, his voice carrying an echo it had never held before. "Cities older than Moria itself. And they are not empty. Over the following days, more explorers ventured into the deep passages, following Farar's maps. None returned. The crystal he had brought back pulsed stronger with each disappearance, and in its light, DS began to see things, shadows of tall, graceful figures dancing in halls that had never known the touch of dwarf craft. In the deepest hours of the night, she pored over ancient records, piecing together fragments of lore that had been gathering dust for millennia. The truth she uncovered sent a chill through her very bones. The Avari, she wrote in her journal, the dark elves who never saw the light of the two trees, who never answered the call to march west. We always wondered where they went, why they vanished from the histories. But they didn't vanish, they went down, deep into the earth, building their own realms in the darkness, but something else troubled her readings. References to the rising heat and the shadow in the deep appeared with increasing frequency in the oldest texts. The same warnings that were appearing now in reports from the kingdom's deepest mines. When the seventh expedition disappeared, DS knew she could wait no longer. Armed with her translations of the oldest texts and a theory that made her heart race with both excitement and fear, she descended into the depths. Far-Ar accompanied her, though she barely recognized him now. His eyes blazed like stars, and his words often made no sense, mixing Kuzdal with something older and stranger. The journey took them deeper than any mapped passage, through halls where the very rock seemed to sing. Finally, they reached a great door carved with symbols that matched the oldest scripts in DS's collection. Before it stood three figures that seemed made from living shadow and starlight of our guards, armed with spears that glowed with the same purple light as the crystals. To everyone's surprise, it was Far-Ar who spoke, his voice carrying the weight of ages as he uttered words in a language that made the very air shimmer. The guards exchanged glances, then stepped aside. Beyond the door lay a sight that would haunt DS's dreams forever after. A vast underground city built around a lake of light, its buildings growing from the living rock like crystal flowers. And everywhere, tall, pale figures moved with an otherworldly grace. The Avari, the dark elves, who had built their own Valinor in the depths of the earth. Their leader, who named herself Emriel the Unsung, revealed the truth. They had dwelt here since the First Age, watching as the dwarves built their kingdom above. They had remained hidden, respecting the boundaries between their realms, until now. The deep fires are waking, Emriel warned, her voice like water over stone. What your people call Durin's Bane stirs in its leap. The heat rises, and with it, ancient things best left undisturbed. We must counsel together, children of all and children of the starlit waters, or both our realms will fall. But even as they spoke, tremors shook the cavern, and far below, a shadow deeper than darkness began to rise. DS returned to the upper halls carrying three things: an alliance between peoples who had lived as neighbors yet strangers for thousands of years, a warning of the doom that approached, and a terrible choice. For the Avari's prophecies spoke of two possible futures, one where Moria would fall to darkness and fire, and one where it might be saved, but only at the cost of sealing off its deepest levels forever, cutting off the dark elves from their surface-dwelling kin. In the end, pride and fate proved stronger than wisdom. The warnings were debated in the great halls of Durin's folk, but the lure of mithril and the deep-rooted belief in the impregnability of their realm led many to dismiss them. DS wrote everything down: the discovery of the Avari realm, their warnings, and their prophecies, sealing her account in a hidden chamber of the library. Years later, when Durin's Bane finally rose from the depths, some said they saw tall, shadowy figures guiding Dwarven families to secret exits they had never known existed. And in the ages that followed, on the darkest nights, travelers in the mines of Moria sometimes reported seeing lights that moved like stars beneath the mountain, and hearing songs in a language older than the moon. As for Far-Ar, he vanished into the deep halls one last time, choosing to remain with the people whose mysteries had captured his heart. And DS? She lived to see the beginning of the Exodus, and her hidden records would eventually guide future generations to understand that even the deepest darkness can harbor its own kind of light. For in Moria, as in all places where the children of Ilvatar dwell, stories never truly end, they merely wait in the darkness for someone brave enough to uncover them. Story 4. The great forges of Moria had burned without ceasing since the days of Durin the Deathless. Their flames, it was said, were kindled from the very heart of Arda itself, and in their depths dwelt secrets older than the kingdom of the dwarves. But on this day, as Thorin Greybeard stood before the master forge of the Second Deep, something was terribly wrong. The eternal flame that should have roared like a caged dragon now flickered like a candle in the wind. The mighty bellows, worked by machinery that had run smoothly for centuries, produced only weak gasps where once they had thundered, and in the shadows cast by the failing fires, Thorin could have sworn he saw things moving, ancient things that should have remained in endless slumber. As keeper of the sacred flames, Thorin had spent decades memorizing the rituals that kept the great forges burning. Each gesture, each word in ancient Khosdal, each precisely measured offering of rare minerals, all had been passed down through generations of forge keepers. But now, for the first time in living memory, the flames were dying. In his chambers, surrounded by stone tablets carved with the secrets of his office, Thorin consulted the oldest records. The signs were undeniable. The power that had sustained the forges for millennia was waning. Without it, not only would the great works of the kingdom cease, but something far worse would follow. The answer lay in the scrolls of the Seven Masters, the legendary forge lords who had first kindled these flames in the dawn of the First Age. But the final master's teachings were missing, recorded only as having dwelt among the starlight folk. With growing dread, Thorin realized what this meant. The last master had lived among the elves. The journey to Lothal Reen was not one Thorin undertook lightly. Few dwarves had entered the Golden Wood since the darkening of the relations between the two peoples, and fewer still had returned with what they sought. Yet as he stood before the gates of the elven realm, the leaves of the great Malorn trees whispering secrets above him, he knew he had no choice. The Lady Galadriel herself received him, her ageless eyes seeing far more than Thorin wished to reveal. "I know why you have come, Thorin Greybeard," she said, her voice like silver bells in the twilight. "The knowledge you seek rests in our libraries, but its price may be higher than you are willing to pay." In the days that followed, as he pored over ancient texts in the company of elven lore masters, Thorin began to understand the terrible truth. The forges of Moria had not been built merely to create weapons and tools. They were a seal, a burning barrier that kept at bay creatures from the deep places of the world, things that had crawled into the darkness when Morgoth still walked the earth. One text spoke of flames that bind the children of the deep sleep, while another referenced the chain of fire that holds back the shadow. Most troubling was a prophecy that spoke of the day when the forges grow cold. And that which was bound shall bound no more be. But it was in the personal journals of Celebrimbor, the great elven smith who had worked with Narvi to create the doors of Durin, that Thorin found his answer. The Seven Masters had not merely been master craftsmen, they had been creators of a great enchantment, binding their very spirits into the flames to keep them burning eternal. As he read further, his heart grew heavy. The ritual could be renewed, but it required 7 new masters, each willing to bind their life force to the fires. And in this age, finding 7 such masters seemed impossible. Returning to Moria with his newfound knowledge, Thorin faced a choice that would haunt him until the end of his days. The great forges were more than mere tools. They were a prison of flame, holding back horrors that would devastate the kingdom if released. Yet to restore them would require a sacrifice few would be willing to make. In the deepest chambers of the kingdom, where the heat grew so intense that even dwarven constitution could barely endure it, the first of the ancient ones began to stir. They were creatures of shadow and flame, lesser cousins perhaps of the Balrogs, but terrible in their own right. Only the perpetual fires of the forges had kept them in their ageless slumber. Thorin called a council of the kingdom's greatest craftsmen, revealing the truth about the forges and what would be required to restore them. To his amazement and humbling gratitude, 6 stepped forward without hesitation, masters of their craft willing to give their lives to protect their realm. But they still needed a 7th. It was then that an unexpected figure stepped from the shadows, an elf, one of the few who still maintained friendship with the dwarves. Amrodel, a smith master who had studied under Celebrimber himself, offered to complete their circle. "The old alliance between our peoples was forged in fire," she said. "Let it be renewed in the same way. The ritual that followed would be spoken of in whispers for generations to come." 7 masters took their places around the Masterforge, each reciting words in their own tongue that caused the very stone to tremble. As they spoke the final word in unison, the forge fire roared back to life, burning with a light that held all the colors of dawn. The 7 masters did not die, not in the ordinary sense. Instead, they became one with the flames, their spirits joining those of the original 7 in maintaining the eternal fires. In years to come, those who worked the forges would sometimes hear voices in the flames, singing songs of craft and creation in both Kuzdal and Sindarin. Thorin lived to see the forges restored to their full glory, though the price weighed heavily upon him. He spent his remaining years recording the true history of the forges and the sacrifice of the 14 masters who kept them burning. His account ended with a warning. The fires of Moria are more than tools of craft, they are chains of flame that hold back the darkness. Guard them well, and remember always those who gave themselves to keep our kingdom safe. In later years, when darker forces finally claimed Moria, some said it was not merely the Balrog that drove the dwarves from their ancient home. In the final days, as the eternal flames finally guttered and died, other things emerged from the deep places shadows that had waited millennia for their chance at freedom. But that is another tale, and one perhaps too dark to tell. For now, remember only that in the great forges of Moria, the flames still sing with the voices of those who gave everything to keep them burning, an eternal testament to the day when elf and dwarf stood together against the darkness. Story 5. The coronation chamber of Moria blazed with the light of 1,000 crystal lamps, their radiance reflecting off walls of polished stone and veins of mithril that ran like frozen lightning through the rock. Here, in the heart of the greatest kingdom of the dwarves, Queen Dia's heart of mithril stood before the ancient throne of her ancestors, ready to accept the crown that had been worn by Durin's line since the elder days. The ceremony had proceeded exactly as tradition demanded, each word and gesture preserved through countless generations. But when the moment came for her to take up Durin's hammer, the sacred relic that had been used to crown every ruler since the foundation of the kingdom, something went terribly wrong. As her fingers closed around the hammer's mithril-bound handle, a sound like breaking glass echoed through the vast chamber. The hammer's head, forged from metal that was said to have been mined from the first mountain all ever raised, split cleanly in two. The pieces fell to the stone floor with a sound that seemed to echo through every hall and corridor of Moria. Silence fell, broken only by the distant sound of water dripping in the depths. Then the whispers began. The prophecy, the older dwarves murmured. The breaking of the hammer heralds the awakening. In the days that followed, strange reports began to reach the queen's ears. The deepest tunnels were shifting, changing their courses like rivers of stone. Miners spoke of halls that had not existed the day before, of ancient doorways appearing in walls that had been solid rock for generations. And through it all, a deep rumbling could be felt in the bones of the mountain, like the breathing of some vast creature. DS retreated to the ancient library, searching for answers in the earliest records of her people. There, among scrolls so old, they threatened to crumble at her touch, she found the truth, one that had been hidden since the founding of Moria. The kingdom had not been built upon empty rock. In the deepest foundation of the mountain lay the sleeping form of one of the Earthborn, the ancient giants who had shaped the mountains themselves in the first age of the world. Durin's hammer had been more than a symbol of authority. It had been a key, its power keeping the giant in its ageless slumber. Now that power was broken, and the giant was beginning to stir, the signs became impossible to ignore. The great forges began to flicker and fade, their eternal flames disturbed by movements far below. The sacred pools, whose waters had reflected starlight since the elder days, began to ripple with unseen currents. And in the deepest mines, the very walls seemed to pulse with a slow, steady rhythm, like the beating of a titanic heart. DS knew she had to act. The ancient texts spoke of the giant kingdoms that had once existed in the far north, where the descendants of the Earthborn still dwelt in halls of living stone. If anyone knew how to repair the hammer and prevent the awakening of their ancient kin, it would be them. The journey north was perilous. Accompanied by her most trusted guards and advisors, DS traveled through lands where few dwarves had ventured since the First Age. They crossed valleys where the rocks took the shapes of sleeping faces and climbed peaks that seemed to have been carved by hands larger than mountains. In the highest reaches of the northern waste, they found what they sought: a city of giants built on a scale that made even the great halls of Moria seem like a child's toy houses. There they met Skifother, eldest of the living giants, whose beard was like a waterfall of stone and whose eyes held the memory of the world's shaping. "Your ancestor did not build his kingdom," Skifother told her, his voice rumbling like an avalanche. "He made a pact. The hammer was our gift, forged from the heart of the mountain itself. It kept our brother in his chosen sleep, for he had grown weary of the world's changes and wished to dream the long dreams of stone, but the hammer could not be simply reforged. The magic that had bound it was as old as the mountains themselves, and would require a sacrifice to renew a portion of the very life force that gave the dwarves their stubborn endurance and strength." DS faced a choice: attempt to reforge the hammer and bind the giant once more, knowing it would drain the vitality of her people, or allow the Ancient One to wake and face whatever changes that might bring to her kingdom. As she pondered this choice, tremors shook the very foundations of Middle-earth. In Moria, entire levels of the kingdom shifted and transformed, as the giant below began to stretch in its sleep, like a child slowly waking. In the end, DS made a decision that would be debated by her people for generations to come. Instead of reforging the hammer, she descended to the deepest chamber of Moria, a vast cavern larger than any in the known world, where the sleeping giant lay embedded in the living rock. There, she did what none of her ancestors had dared. She spoke to it. The giant's consciousness was as vast and slow as the mountains themselves, but it stirred at her words. Through dreams and memories that flowed like rivers of molten stone, DS learned that the giant had not been trapped, but had chosen this place as a shelter during the breaking of the world in the First Age. Moria had been built not as a prison, but as a guardian realm, protecting the giant's sleep. Now, as it slowly returned to wakefulness, the giant offered a new pact. It would remain as the foundation of the kingdom, but no longer in sleep. Instead, it would become a living part of Moria, its power flowing through the rocks like blood through veins, strengthening the halls and depths in ways the dwarves had never imagined possible. The price was change. The kingdom would never again be static, but would shift and grow like a living thing, its deepest halls rearranging themselves with the seasons of stone. The dwarves would need to learn to live in harmony with these changes, to read the moods of the mountain, as their ancestors had read the weather. DS accepted the pact, and so began a new age for Moria. The broken pieces of Durin's hammer were not reforged, but placed in a place of honor, as a reminder of the old ways and the wisdom of embracing change. The kingdom prospered as never before, its halls growing ever more wonderful and strange, shaped by the dreams of the Ancient One below. Yet this too would pass, for other powers slept in the deep places of the world, powers far less benevolent than the tired giant. But that is another tale, and one that would not be told until many years had passed, and the name of Moria had become Moria, the Black Pit, in the tongues of elves and men. Story 6. Deep within the halls of Moria, where ancient stones whispered tales of glory and shadow, Master Craftsman and Son of Nori stood transfixed before a wall of newly exposed rock. The torchlight danced across a vein of mithril, unlike any he had seen in his 140 years of mining the precious silver metal. This particular seam possessed an unusual quality. Its surface was so perfectly smooth, it reflected the torch's flame like a mirror crafted by the finest artisans of the realm. As Enin traced his calloused fingers across the metallic surface, the reflection shifted, showing not his own weathered face, but something else entirely. Visions of flame and darkness that sent a chill through his bones, despite the warmth of the deep mines. The master craftsman stepped back, his long beard quivering slightly as he steadied himself against the rough stone wall. "Bring me more light," he called to his apprentices, his voice echoing through the cavernous chamber. Young Far Ar and El Ni hurried forward with additional torches, their boots scraping against the stone floor. As the chamber brightened, the mithril surface seemed to come alive, its reflective properties strengthening until the entire wall shimmered like a pool of liquid starlight. But what Enin saw in those depths made his blood run cold. Shadows moved in ways shadows should not, and at the heart of the vision, a flame bloomed like a malevolent flower. The image was fleeting, yet it burned itself into his memory. Great halls consumed by fire, the proud pillars of Moria crumbling, and something ancient and terrible rising from the depths. Word of the discovery spread quickly through the halls of Moria, reaching the ears of King Durin Vi himself. The king, wise in the ways of their people, but ever eager for new sources of mithril, called for an audience with Enin. In the great throne room, where countless lanterns cast their warm glow upon walls of polished stone, Enin presented his findings. "My king," he began, his voice steady despite his unease, "I fear this mithril vein may be more than a simple gift from Mahal. The visions it shows. They speak of danger in our deepest minds." Durin Vi leaned forward on his throne, his silver-streaked beard catching the light of the lanterns. "Visions, you say? What manner of visions could trouble one of our most steadfast master craftsmen?" Before Enin could respond, a clear voice rang through the chamber like the toll of a silver bell. "Perhaps I might be of assistance in this matter." The assembled dwarves turned to see Lady Galadriel, who had arrived earlier that week, to strengthen the bonds between the elves of Elrine and the dwarves of Moria. In those days, the relationship between elves and dwarves was still one of friendship and mutual respect, though shadows of future discord were beginning to grow. Galadriel's presence in Moria was a testament to this alliance, and her wisdom was respected even among the proudest of the dwarven lords. The Lady of Light approached the throne, her golden hair catching the lamplight like threads of precious metal. "I have heard whispers of this discovery, and I would look upon this mirror of mithril myself, if you would permit it, deep in the mines." Before the mysterious vein, Galadriel stood in silent contemplation. Her presence seemed to make the very air hum with power, and the mithril's surface brightened in response to her nearness. As she gazed into its depths, her face grew grave. "This is no ordinary mirror," she said at last. "Just as the waters of my own mirror in Elrine show what was, what is, and what may yet be, this mithril has been touched by something beyond the ordinary workings of the earth. It shows warnings, Master Enin, of paths that should not be taken." Over the following weeks, Enin and Galadriel worked together, studying the properties of the mirror and the visions it revealed. They discovered that the deeper the dwarves dug their mines, the more urgent and dark the warnings became. The mirror showed them glimpses of an ancient evil that slumbered far below, a creature of shadow and flame that had been sealed away in ages past. But convincing King Durin Vi to halt the mining proved difficult. The wealth of Moria was built upon its mithril, and the king was reluctant to abandon rich veins based on what some saw as mere reflections and shadows. The political balance was delicate. Many of the kingdom's nobles argued that the visions were either tricks of the light or, worse, elvish manipulation to claim the mithril for themselves. Enin found himself caught between loyalty to his king and the certainty of the danger he had witnessed. Late one night, as he sat alone before the mirror, he saw a vision clearer than any before, the awakening of a Balrog, one of the ancient demons of the elder days. Its wings of shadow and flame spreading through the halls of his beloved home. With this knowledge weighing heavily upon his heart, Anin made a fateful decision. If he could not stop the mining entirely, he would find a way to strengthen the ancient wards that kept the evil contained. Working in secret with Galadriel, he began crafting a series of mithril tokens, each inscribed with runes of protection and power. As they worked, Galadriel shared her knowledge of the First Age and the great battles against Morgoth's demons. The Balrogs were mire, she explained, her voice heavy with the weight of memory, spirits of fire corrupted by Morgoth in the depths of time. Your ancestors helped seal this one away, Master Anin. Though the memory of how has been lost, their work progressed slowly, but the signs of danger grew more frequent. Strange tremors shook the lower mines, and workers reported hearing distant drums in the deep places of the earth. The mirror's warnings became more urgent, its surface sometimes blazing with reflected firelight, even in complete darkness. Finally, on a day when the air itself seemed to grow thin with foreboding, Anin completed the last of the protective tokens. But as he prepared to place them in the deepest mines, news arrived that new veins of mithril had been discovered even further below. The king, encouraged by these discoveries, had ordered the mining to continue at an even greater pace. Anin knew then that he was running out of time. The mirror had shown him the truth. The great wealth of Moria would become its doom if the Balrog was awakened. In his final act of defiance and love for his people, he began secretly arranging for the evacuation of as many families as he could convince to leave, especially the young and the elderly. The mirror's surface grew darker with each passing day, and those who looked into it saw only fire and shadow. Some say that on the day the Balrog finally awakened, the mithril mirror shattered with a sound like 1,000 breaking hearts, its fragments turning to dust that scattered through the halls of Moria like the last breath of a dying age. Anin's warning, though unheeded by many, saved countless lives. Those who heeded his counsel and departed became the founders of new Dwarven settlements in the north. And in the centuries that followed, when Moria became known as Moria, the Black Pit, tales were still told of the master craftsmen who read the warnings in the mithril mirror, and of the friendship between dwarf and elf that tried to prevent the doom of one of the greatest kingdoms in Middle-earth. Story 7. The torchlight flickered against the ancient walls of Moria, casting dancing shadows across the intricate runes that Narvi had spent decades studying. His weathered hands traced the familiar patterns carved into the living rock, each groove and line a testament to the craftsmanship of his ancestors. But today, something was different. In the deepest chamber of the western mines, where the air hung heavy with the weight of ages, he had discovered a series of runes unlike any he had ever seen before. These were carved by Durin himself. He whispered, his voice barely audible above the distant echo of hammers striking stone. The script was older than any he had encountered in his long years as Moria's master runesmith, its lines glowing with a faint blue luminescence that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat within the mountain. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, moving with the fluid grace that marked him as one of the firstborn. Celebrimbor, lord of a region and greatest of the elven smiths, stepped forward to examine the ancient writing. The friendship between the elf lord and the dwarven runesmith had grown strong over their years of collaboration, most notably in their work on the doors of Durin. These markings speak of the First Age, Celebrimbor said, his keen eyes studying the glowing script. See how the strokes flow differently? This is closer to the writing of Gondolin than to latter-day Khuzdul runes, Narvi nodded, his long beard brushing against the stone as he leaned closer. Aye, but it's what they say that troubles me. Look here, this speaks of a pact, sealed with the very blood of Durin the Deathless. A covenant with the Valar themselves, as if in response to his words, the blue glow of the runes intensified, casting ethereal patterns across the chamber walls. The ancient text spoke of a bargain struck in the dawn of days, when Durin had promised to guard something far more precious than mithril in the depths of the mountain. But what that treasure might be, the runes did not say. Over the following weeks, Narvi and Celebrimbor worked in secret, documenting and translating the ancient inscriptions. Their task grew more urgent as strange reports began filtering up from the deeper mines, whispers of odd sounds echoing through abandoned tunnels, and of miners who swore the very rocks beneath their feet had begun to shift and murmur. The pact is weakening, Celebrimbor concluded one evening as they pored over their translations in Narvi's private workshop. The chamber was cluttered with scrolls and tablets, each bearing careful copies of the mysterious runes. Something stirs in the deep places of the earth, something that was meant to remain sleeping, but their research was interrupted by growing tensions between their peoples. The forging of the rings of power had cast a shadow over the friendship between elves and dwarves. Whispers of suspicion echoed through the halls of Moria, and even Narvi found himself questioned by his own kin about his continued association with Celebrimbor. Yet the urgency of their discovery drove them forward. The glowing runes had begun to pulse more frequently, their light growing stronger with each passing day. In the deepest mines, workers reported hearing strange melodies drifting through the darkness, songs in no language known to elf or dwarf. One morning, Narvi descended alone into the rune chamber to find the walls blazing with blue fire. The ancient script had transformed, revealing new passages that spoke of a chamber far below, where Durin himself had sealed away something in the First Age. Something that, if awakened, would bring doom to all of Middle-earth. Racing against time and growing suspicion, Narvi and Celebrimbor pieced together the truth hidden in the runes. Long ago, in the years of the trees, Durin had discovered a fragment of the original darkness that Morgoth had brought into the world. Rather than destroy it, for even then, such primal forces could not be truly unmade, he had bound it deep within the mountain, using arts taught to him by the Valar themselves. The binding required three elements: the strength of the mountain, the craft of the dwarves, and the wisdom of the elves. As long as elves and dwarves remained allies, the darkness would remain contained. But now, with the shadow of doubt growing between the two peoples, the ancient bonds were beginning to fail. "We must renew the pact," Celebrimbor declared, but such a task proved easier said than done. The suspicion between their races had grown too deep, fueled by the whispers of a figure who had recently come among the elven smiths, calling himself Anatar, the Lord of Gifts. Narvi found himself torn between loyalty to his people and the truth he had uncovered. The runes warned that if the darkness was not contained, it would spawn creatures of shadow and flame balrogs, the ancient demons that had destroyed so many of the great kingdoms of the First Age. In the end, it was the runes themselves that forced their hand. As the blue glow grew to an almost blinding intensity, Narvi and Celebrimbor realized they had only one choice. In secret, they descended to the lowest depths of Moria, following the path revealed by Durin's ancient writings. There, in a vast chamber whose walls were covered in runes of power that blazed like captured starlight, they found what Durin had hidden: a pool of liquid darkness that seemed to drink in all light, around which the very air shimmered with the power of ancient wards. Working together one last time, elf and dwarf renewed the binding spells, weaving their own craft and power into the ancient wards. The cost was great. Each had to sacrifice a portion of their own craft magic, diminishing their skills forevermore. But the darkness was contained, the danger averted. Yet both knew this was but a temporary solution. The runes had shown them that the original pact required the willing friendship of their peoples, not just the power of two individuals. As they ascended from the depths, both friends knew they had bought only time, not a permanent victory. Years later, when the shadow finally fell over Moria and the Balrog arose from the deep places of the earth, the runes of Durin blazed one final time before fading forever. Some say that Narvi's last act was to seal away the chamber containing the ancient writings, hoping that someday, when the friendship between elves and dwarves was renewed. Someone would find them and finally understand the true purpose of Moria, not as a mine of treasure, but as a guardian fortress against an ancient darkness. And so the runes of Dwarven passed into legend, their warning unheeded, their wisdom lost to the ages. Yet still, they wait in the deep places of the earth, their blue light dimmed, but not extinguished, ready to share their secrets with those who might once again unite the crafts of elf and dwarf in common cause. Story 8. In the great halls of Moria, where the ring of hammers never ceased and the forges burned eternal, Dias, daughter of Darin, worked her craft with a precision that made even the most seasoned masters pause in admiration. The dancing flames cast a warm glow upon her intricate braids, adorned with beads of mithril she had crafted herself, each one marking a masterwork completed in her century of service to the forges. On this day, the air in her workshop carried an unusual weight. Before her lay an artifact that seemed to sing with ancient power, a broken circlet of strange metal, neither gold nor mithril, brought by messengers from the golden wood of Lothalreen. The elven emissaries had spoken of its importance in hushed tones, their eyes reflecting the same otherworldly light that seemed to pulse within the metal itself. It must be restored, they had said, by one who understands the old ways of fire and metal. Their choice of Dias was no accident. She was known even among the elves as one who could coax secrets from metal that others thought long lost to time. As she studied the broken pieces, her fingers traced patterns that seemed to shift beneath her touch. The metal was warm, far warmer than it should be, and in its depths, she could see flickers of what appeared to be stars captured in eternal dance. This was no ordinary restoration project. This was something that reached back to the elder days, when the world was younger and magic flowed more freely through its veins. Her investigation led her deep into the archives of Moria, where ancient scrolls spoke of a network of forges, each dedicated to a different aspect of protection for the realm. These were no mere smithies, but nexus points of power, crafted by the first Dwarven kings to maintain the magical barriers that kept Moria safe from the darker things that dwelt in the deep places of the world. The circlet, she discovered, was a key of sorts, one of 7 created to maintain these ancient forges. Without all 7 working in harmony, the protections would eventually fail. And now, as she delved deeper into her research, she began to understand why the elves had brought this broken piece to her with such urgency. In the deepest level of the western halls, Dias found the first of the ancient forges. Unlike the busy workshops above, this chamber lay silent, its grand architecture speaking of an age when dwarves and elves worked together more closely. The forge itself was cold, its once mighty heart reduced to ash and shadow. But as she held the broken circlet near, both metal and forge seemed to recognize each other, the circlet growing warm in her hands, while ancient runes around the forge began to glow with a faint blue light. Working by the light of these ancient runes, Dias began the delicate process of restoration. Each strike of her hammer rang with purpose, each fold of the metal guided by both skill and intuition. As she worked, she began to see visions in the metal, glimpses of the forge as it had been in its glory days, when it helped maintain shields of power that protected the kingdom from creatures of shadow and flame. But time was not on her side. In other parts of the kingdom, reports began to surface of strange occurrences, shadows that moved against the light, echoes that came before their sounds, and an unsettling heaviness in the air that made even the bravest miners glance nervously over their shoulders. The forges were failing, one by one. Dias worked tirelessly, her hammer singing against the ancient metal as she reforged the circlet. She mixed mithril into the alloy, her own innovation to strengthen the old magic, though some of her fellow crafters warned against tampering with such ancient artifacts. Yet she knew that sometimes the old ways needed new strength to survive. As she worked, she discovered something unexpected. The circlet wasn't just a key to the forges, it was a repository of knowledge. In its restored form, It showed her visions of the other forges, revealing their locations throughout Moria. 6 more chambers, each dedicated to a different aspect of protection. One for warding against darkness, another for maintaining the structural integrity of the vast halls, a third for purifying the air itself, and so on. But the visions also showed her something troubling. The forges were connected, and as each one failed, it placed more strain on the others. It was a cascade that, once begun, would be difficult to stop. The broken circlet she held was meant for the Forge of Light, the one that kept the darkness at bay. Its failure explained the growing shadows in the deep places. Racing against time, DS traveled from forge to forge, carrying the restored circlet. In each chamber, she rekindled the ancient fires, using knowledge gained from the circlet to perform the proper rites. Some forges required specific materials, rare metals, precious gems, or sacred oils, while others needed particular incantations in long-forgotten dialects of Khuzdul. As she worked, she began to understand why the ancients had created such an elaborate system of protection. Moria wasn't just a mine or a kingdom, it was a fortress, standing guard over secrets and dangers that the outside world had forgotten. The deeper she delved into this mystery, the more she realized that the wealth of mithril that had made her people famous was perhaps the least important treasure they guarded. The final forge lay in the deepest part of the kingdom, in a chamber whose very walls seemed to pulse with power. Here, as she worked to rekindle its fires, DS felt the presence of all the other forges, their energies connecting through paths laid down by the founders of Moria. The circlet in her hands grew almost too hot to hold, its light matching the intensity of her forge fire. In that moment of connection, she saw the truth. The forges weren't just protecting Moria from external threats. They were containing something that had been sealed away in the deeps of the earth ages ago. Something that even now stirred in its ancient sleep. With this knowledge heavy in her heart, DS completed her work. The forges burned bright once more, their ancient powers renewed and strengthened by her craft. The shadows retreated from the deep places, and the air grew clean and clear again. But she knew this was not a permanent solution. The forges would need tending, the protections would need renewal, and the secrets they guarded would need watching. From that day forward, DS took on a new role in Moria. She became more than just a master smith. She became a keeper of ancient knowledge, training a select few in the arts necessary to maintain the forges. Her workshop became a place where craft and magic merged, where the old ways were preserved and new innovations were born. And if sometimes, in the deepest hours of night, she stood in her forge and listened to the distant hum of power from the ancient chambers below, well, that was the burden of knowledge she had chosen to bear. For in Moria, every light cast a shadow, and every treasure came with a price. Story 9. The deep halls of Moria resonated with their eternal song, the rhythmic striking of hammers, the distant echoes of mining picks, and beneath it all, a deeper harmony that few could hear. But the Rin, son of Thrar, heard it clearly. The young dwarf stood motionless in a lesser-used corridor, his eyes closed, listening to what his people had named the Song of Stone, the very music that all the great smith had woven into the bones of the earth during the creation of Arda. His gift was rare, even among the dwarves. Where others heard only silence between the echoes of their work, the Rin perceived the countless harmonies of the mountain itself. Each layer of rock had its own tone, each vein of ore its unique melody. And the precious mithril sang with notes that reminded him of starlight transformed into sound. But lately, the song had changed. Deep in the lower mines, where the ancient roots of the mountain delved into darkness, a discordant strain had begun to weave itself into the familiar melodies. It was subtle at first, a wrong note here, a jarring harmony there, but growing stronger with each passing day. The wrongness of it made the Rin's teeth ache and his dreams fill with shadows. The stone speaks of danger, he reported to the Mining Guild Council, his young voice steady despite the skeptical looks from the older masters. Something stirs in the deep places, something that changes the mountain's song. Garar, the eldest of the mining masters, stroked his silver-streaked beard thoughtfully. "We have delved these depths for generations, young Narin. The mountain's bones are strong, its wealth endless. Perhaps what you hear is simply the opening of new seams, the shifting of ancient rock." But the Rin knew better. The discord wasn't natural, it carried echoes of something ancient and wrong, like a song of creation played backwards. His certainty drove him deeper into the mountain's archives, searching through dusty scrolls and aged tablets for any mention of other stone singers and what they might have encountered in ages past. In a forgotten corner of the archives, he found his answer, a chronicle written in the early days of Moria, speaking of chambers deep below where the first dwarves had imprisoned creatures of shadow and flame, using the very music of the stone itself. The prisons were crafted with songs of binding, their walls enchanted with melodies of containment that had to resonate in perfect harmony with the mountain's natural song. The ancient text was clear. If the harmony was broken, the prisons would fail. Armed with this knowledge, the Rin descended into the depths of Moria. The familiar corridors gave way to older passages, their walls carved with runes so ancient they had nearly faded into the stone. The deeper he went, the stronger the discord became, until it was nearly overwhelming, a cacophony of wrong notes and broken harmonies that made his very bones vibrate with discomfort. In a vast chamber far below the inhabited levels, he found the source of the discord. The walls were covered in musical notation, not the simple runes used for common mining songs, but complex arrangements that spoke of power and binding. At the chamber's center stood a pillar of black stone, its surface rippling like water, despite its solid nature. And from within, something moved. The constant delving for mithril and other precious ores had weakened the musical barriers. Each strike of a mining pick had sent vibrations through the stone, gradually disrupting the ancient harmonies that kept the shadows bound. Now the prison was failing, and the creature within stirred from its age-long slumber. The Rin knew he had to act quickly. Drawing upon everything he knew of the stone's song, he began to sing. His voice echoed through the chamber, weaving together the scattered harmonies, attempting to reinforce the weakened bonds. But the task was too great for one voice alone. Then, from the darkness, came another sound, the low, rumbling voice of a cave troll. But unlike its violent kin who sometimes troubled the upper minds, this one's eyes held an ancient intelligence. It too was a singer of sorts, its deep voice naturally attuned to the lowest harmonies of the earth. The old songs must be maintained. The troll spoke in broken Khuzdal, its voice resonating with the chamber's natural frequency. "My ancestors helped imprison them. Now we must sing together, stone singer, or all is lost." And so, in that deep place, dwarf and troll joined their voices in the ancient song of binding. Their unlikely duet echoed through the halls of Moria, drawing others who could hear the stone's music, a handful of dwarven miners who had always felt the mountain's rhythm in their bones. Even a young drummer who had never understood why his beats seemed to make the very rocks hum in harmony. Together, they rewove the musical wards, their voices blending with the mountain's natural song to strengthen the ancient prison. But even as they worked, the Rin knew this was only a temporary solution. The creature stirred again, and this time he caught a glimpse of its true nature, a being of shadow and flame, one of the ancient horrors from the First Age that had been sealed away by their ancestors. When the new wards were complete, the Rin gathered his unlikely choir and shared with them the gravity of their task. The prison would need constant maintenance, now regular singing to maintain the harmonies and prevent the creature from breaking free. They became the guardians of the deep song, a secret fellowship dedicated to maintaining the musical wards that kept the ancient evil contained. But the threat of breaking remained. Each new mining expedition risked disrupting the delicate harmonies again, and the Rin knew that sooner or later, the wrong tunnel would be dug, the wrong wall breached. The shadow in the deep was patient. It could wait years, decades, even centuries for that single moment of discord that would shatter its prison completely. In the years that followed, the Rin trained others in the art of hearing the stone's song, passing on his knowledge to ensure that there would always be those who could maintain the musical wards. His students learned to recognize the warning signs of discord and the ancient harmonies that kept the shadow bound. Yet still, the mining continued, driven by the ever-growing hunger for mithril. And in quiet moments, when he stood alone in the deep places listening to the mountain's song, the Rin couldn't help but wonder if they were simply delaying the inevitable, if one day, despite all their efforts, the shadow would break free, and the halls of Moria would echo with a very different kind of song. For now, though, the ancient harmonies held, maintained by the dedicated few who could hear the music in the stone. And in the deepest chambers of Moria, dwarf and troll still sang together, their voices joined in an endless effort to keep the darkness at bay. Story 10. In the vast halls of Moria, where shadows danced with torchlight and the air hummed with the eternal song of hammers on stone, the drums began their forbidden rhythm. Dwalin Uvido D. Aro stood frozen at his post, his weathered hand pressed against the ancient stone, as the deep boom of the drums resonated through the bones of the mountain. This was not the familiar percussion of mining crews coordinating their work, nor the celebratory beats of feast days. This was something older, something that spoke of darkness and depths best left undisturbed. "Listen," he whispered to his apprentice, young Farin, whose eyes had grown wide with wonder and fear. "That is the rhythm of the First Age, the war beat of our ancestors. But who drums in the deep places, where no dwarf has delved for centuries?" The mystery of the drums deepened as more reports filtered up from the lower mines. Miners spoke of echoes that came before their source, of shadows that moved against the torchlight, and of ancient passages suddenly uncovered, leading down into darkness. But most troubling were the disappearances, skilled miners vanishing from well-mapped tunnels, leaving only their tools behind. Captain Vara Escudo de Ferro, commander of the Mine Guard, and a warrior whose courage was legendary even among the brave folk of Moria, assembled a patrol to investigate. Her armor, inscribed with runes of protection and adorned with the symbols of her many victories, caught the bluish light of the phosphorescent crystals that lined the deeper tunnels. "These rhythms," she said to Dwalin, who had been summoned for his expertise, "they speak of something approaching, do they not?" Dwalin nodded grimly. The drums had grown more complex over the past days, weaving patterns that made his blood run cold. "They are a warning, or perhaps a summons. See how they match the ancient patterns carved here." He indicated a series of markings on the tunnel wall, their edges worn smooth by countless centuries. Together with a hand-picked group of warriors and scouts, they descended into the depths of Moria. The familiar upper halls, with their soaring arches and intricate carvings, gave way to older passages. Here, the architecture spoke of an earlier age, simpler, yet somehow more profound, as if the very stones had been sung into shape rather than carved. The drums grew louder as they descended, their rhythm becoming more distinct. Dwalin could now make out specific patterns, calls to arms, signals of great events, and beneath it all, a deeper rhythm that seemed to speak of awakening. The air grew thicker, heavy with the weight of ages and memories best left undisturbed. In the 7th day of their descent, they found the first sign of the missing miners, a perfectly preserved mining camp, tools laid out as if their owners had simply vanished in the middle of their work. But it was what lay beyond the camp that made even the bravest among them pause. A vast doorway opened into darkness, its arch carved with runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Beyond it lay a city, not the grand halls of Moria, but something older, more primal. Its architecture spoke of a time when the dwarves had first learned to shape stone, when the world was younger and darker. "Kala's DM," Vara breathed, her voice filled with awe. "The first deep. I thought it only a legend. They entered the ancient city with torches held high, their footsteps echoing off stones that had not felt a living touch in thousands of years. The drums were all around them now, their sound seeming to come from the very rocks themselves. And there, in the central square of this forgotten metropolis, they found the drummers. They were dwarves, but unlike any Dwarven had ever seen. Their beards were white as snow, their armor of a style so ancient it was known only from the oldest carvings, and their eyes held the weight of millennia. They sat before great drums fashioned from stone and stretched with the hide of creatures long extinct, their hands moving in perfect synchronization as they beat out their ancient rhythm. The leader of these ancient drummers raised his head as the patrol approached. At last, he said in a dialect of Khuzdul, so old that Dwalin could barely understand it, "The watchers have awakened, for the enemy stirs once more." Through careful translation and much discussion, the truth emerged. These were the last survivors of an even earlier dwelling, placed in a magical sleep by Durin himself to serve as guardians against an ancient evil. Their drums were both warning and weapon. The rhythms they played helped maintain magical barriers that kept something imprisoned in the deep places of the earth. But now those barriers were failing. The constant mining, the delving ever deeper for mithril and other precious metals, had weakened the ancient wards. The drummers had awakened because the evil they guarded against was stirring from its age-long slumber. A Balrog, the ancient drummer, said, his voice heavy with dread, "One of the last and mightiest of Morgoth's demons. Our ancestors helped seal it away in the First Age, using arts taught by the Valar themselves. But such bindings require constant maintenance, and the knowledge of how to maintain them has been lost." The revelation hit the patrol like a physical blow. They had thought their kingdom's wealth lay in its veins of mithril, but now they understood that Moria's true purpose had always been as a guardian fortress, keeping watch over an ancient evil. The remaining days were a desperate race against time. Dwalin and the ancient drummers worked to teach their rhythms to new apprentices, while Vara organized defenses in depth, preparing for the worst. The missing miners were found. They had been drawn to the ancient city by the drums, their bodies preserved in a sleep similar to that of the ancient guardians. But they could not stop the mining. The wealth and power of Moria depended too heavily on its mithril trade. Even as they worked to reinforce the ancient protections, new tunnels were being dug, new seams exposed, each strike of a mining pick sending vibrations that weakened the magical barriers a little more. In the end, Dwalin and Vara could only prepare, training new drummers and warriors to take up the ancient watch. The drums of the deep continued their rhythm, now joined by new voices, as they taught their art to a new generation. But both knew they were merely postponing the inevitable. For in the deepest darkness beneath Moria, something ancient and terrible stirred in its sleep, and the drums beat on, their rhythm a desperate prayer against the coming dawn when shadow and flame would once again walk the halls of the Dwarven kingdom.